first of all, phone call that I received was from someone saying, we're not being broadcast. So maybe that was good. So, but they're down. Uh, On House Bill 1452, renaming the Department of Environmental Services, I'm not going to read the whole title. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move reconsideration. Do I hear a second? Second by Representative Huff. On reconsideration, will the clerk please call the roll?
Yes.
Representative Harb.
Yes.
Representative Gould. Representative Horgan.
Yes.
Representative Creighton. Yes. Representative Dodge.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Healy.
Yes.
Representative Mayville.
Yes.
Representative Post. Yes. Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Spang. I'm sorry. Jeez. Rung. Yes. Representative Grassi. Yes. Representative Gotling. Yes. Representative Cohen. Yes. Representative Connors. Yes. Representative Vale.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Perez.
Yes.
Representative Egan. Yes. And Representative Renzulli.
Yeah. Yes.
Motion passes 21-0.
Okay. Yep. We have to vote. Representative Smith for a motion.
I make a motion to interim study House Bill 1452.
Yes, we're reconsidering it. And this is now, we've reconsidered it. It is now on the floor for another vote. Motion is
Interim study.
I need a second. Actually, I'll recognize Representative Vale for second the motion. Do you wish to speak on your motion? No.
I think I said it all earlier, and I stand by what I said. Thanks.
Okay. Representative Vale?
As do I. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No one else wish to speak on the motion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Representative Harb.
Yes.
Representative Huff.
Yes.
Representative Gould. Yes. Representative Horgan.
Yes.
Representative Creighton. Yes. Representative Dodge.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Healy.
Yes.
Representative Mayville.
Yes.
Representative Post. Yes. Representative Smith. Yes. Representative Rung. Yes. Representative Grassi. Yes. Representative Gotling. Yes. Representative Cohen. Yes. Representative Connors. Yes. Representative Vale.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Moran. Perez. Representative Perez.
Yes.
Representative.
Yes.
Motion passes 21-0.
Consent? Seeing none, seeing no objection, those will be on consent. Like I said, this has been a day. All right, back to House Bill 1005. Where did we stand? The motion was made and seconded on on the amendment. You have a new amendment. Why don't we, maybe we're just better off starting over. Is that all right?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, let me first, we gotta withdraw the motion on the, what was the original amendment? Not gonna start over, we'll just, we have to withdraw the motion on the original amendment. Okay,
431H.
all right. What you just handed out, is that,
This is the original.
This is the new one with the new number, 445.
445? Okay, I don't have a,
Representative Harvey Bollier and the second.
okay.
Withdraw.
I covered it over, unfortunately. All right. Okay, okay, you were making the motion?
To withdraw and then,
All right, withdrawing, 445.
okay, I'll make it. I would like to make a motion to withdraw the amendment of 0431H. I guess that's it.
Okay, and who made the second on that? Well,
So,
oh, you made the motion, I'll second it. Is there, yeah, when I was looking, I don't know who had the second. Anybody remember who did the second? All right,
yes, Huff.
Who?
Yeah.
Representative Huff made the second. He withdraws. Okay, the motion withdrawn. All right, on then for amendment 0445H.
Yes.
Chair recognizes Representative Harvey Bollier to introduce the amendment, to adopt the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to make a motion of ought to pass on House Bill 1005 in support of our low-grade timber markets,
Yeah.
since we are the second most forested state in the nation. And
Now,
with amendment, what?
this is not on the motion, this is just to adopt the motion.
The
The
amendment?
amendment, excuse me.
Okay.
Adopt the amendment.
I am, yes, make a motion of ought
0445.
to pass on amendment 0445H.
And the second, Representative Huff, fine. Now we're back in business. All right. Representative Thomas to talk about the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, my name is Doug Thomas from Londonderry, Rockingham 5, Vice Chair of the Science, Tech, and Energy Committee. As the wish of the committee, Amendment 0445H, if you look on line 28, the recommended change was made. It now reads, one member of the Senate appointed by the President of the Senate. And that was the change.
Any other changes?
Not on this amendment.
Okay.
I think we covered the
I
other
think you
changes
covered all the
that
rest.
had not changed, yes.
Okay, fine. All right, on amendment, is there anyone who wishes to speak on the amendment? Seeing none? Well, on the amendment, the adoption of the amendment 0445H, will the clerk please call the roll?
Yes. Representative Harb,
Yes.
Yes.
Representative Gould. Yes. Representative Corrigan,
Yes.
Representative Creighton. Yes. Representative Dodge.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Healy,
Yes.
Representative Mayville,
Yes.
Representative Post. Yes. Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Rung. Yes. Representative Grassi. Yes. Representative Gotling. Yes. Representative Cohen. Yes. Representative Connors. Yes. Representative Vale.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Perez.
Yes.
Representative Egan.
Yes.
Representative Renzullo.
Yes.
Motion passes 21 to 0.
Motion passing, 21 to 0. Is that on consent?
That's the amendment.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. You're right. Yeah, I know. Well, actually, the amendment is the bill, if you look at it. Okay, on the motion of ought to pass, no, excuse me, yeah, we do have a motion of ought to pass as amended, House Bill 1005.
I am remaking.
You're gonna make the motion.
Yes, that
remake.
motion ought to pass on 100. Oops.
Oh, you shut it off.
One. We passed the amendment.
Yeah, but the original motion was ought to pass as amended, wasn't it?
Chair will accept the motion of ought to pass as amended.
Thank you. Motion ought to pass as amended on 1005.
Seconded by Representative Kelly. Is there any discussion on the bill as amended? Seeing none, will clerk please call the roll?
Representative Harb,
Yes.
Representative Huff,
Yes.
Representative Gould. Representative Horgan,
Yes.
Representative Creighton. Yes. Representative Dodge.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Healy,
Yes.
Representative Mayville.
Yes.
Representative Post. Yes. Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Rung. Yes. Representative Grassi. Yes. Representative Gottling. Yes. Representative Cohen. Yes. Representative Connors. Yes. Representative Vale.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Perez.
Yes.
Representative Egan.
Yes.
And Representative Renzulli.
Yes.
Motion passes 21-0.
Any objection? No objections? Consent it is. And then, thank you very much. Close the hearing on 1005. All right, that was painful. All right. There you go. All right. Okay. Let's open the hearing on House Bill 1520, House Bill 1528, establishing a public boat access donation program for operators of non-motorized boats and requiring the Fish and Game Department to prepare a report relating to such a program. There is an amendment. There's no amendment? I thought there was a amendment to that. Yeah, there is a small amendment to that bill. I'm gonna now have to grab the bill, but there is a small amendment, so Representative,
I'd like to make a motion to ought to pass with amendment.
okay.
I'd like to speak to my motion when appropriate.
Okay, first, I gotta get out the amendment. Well, you can go ought to pass, but then yeah, put out the ought to pass.
My
first.
apologies.
No,
I'm-
that's the-
I meant to say ought to pass.
ought to- We have a motion of ought to pass, and it's now open to amendment. Oh, for second? Second by Representative Smith. Motion is ought to pass. Is open to amendment. There is, I know there is one. Yep. Yeah, I got it now, yep. 0051H. On the amendment, is there a motion on the amendment? 5H.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a,
Representative Egan.
motion to amend.
And the motion, and the amendment is 005H?
Apologize, I don't have it in
51
front of me.
51H, yep. And is there a second to the motion on the amendment? Second by Representative Smith. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing Representative Smith on the amendment.
I just wanted to say that the amendment on the original bill just deletes section 1, which would require a report submitted to the Fishing Game and the Resources and the Fishing Game Committee that describes how the donation program has been implemented and its success in raising revenue. And it replaces, and so therefore it just means that the work needs to be done and the report doesn't need to be done.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak on the amendment? If not, on the amendment, 0051H, will the clerk please call the roll?
Representative Harb.
Yes.
Representative Huff.
Yes.
Representative Gould. Representative Horgan.
Yes.
Representative Creighton. Representative Dodge.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Healy.
Yes.
Representative Mayville.
Yes.
Representative Post. Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Rung. Representative Grassi. Representative Gotling. Representative Cohen. Representative Connors. Representative Vale.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Representative Perez. Representative Egan.
Yes.
And Representative Renzulli.
Yes.
21-0, motion passes.
Okay. On the motion of ought to pass as amended. I don't think you need a motion to, we have already amended it. So, yeah. So on the motion of ought to pass as amended, is there any discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Representative
Just
Egan.
in speaking to my motion from originally, this is a very smart bill. It's a voluntary program that importantly lets car top boat owners share in the cost of making sure that our boat launches are maintained, not just putting the reliance on boat owners who pay for repairs and maintenance through their registration, but allows voluntarily canoers and kayakers to support the maintenance of our boat launches and our car tops. And we think that helps build a community of those who love the water. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak on the motion? Ought to pass as amended. Representative Smith, speak
Yeah,
on the
thank you,
motion.
Mr. Chair. This bill has come as the result of a lot of work by a lot of people over the years to try to encourage some payment by those who use our state's waters and our boat accesses, our car top accesses, and have non-motorized boats, usually kayaks, canoes, paddle boards. And this being a volunteer program based on a similarity to the Hike Safe program, which is raising more money than Fish and Game at first thought it ever would, I think is a good step without requiring payment, but through voluntary donations to help improve our public water access sites in the state.
Anyone else wish to speak? Seeing none, on the motion of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1528, will the clerk please call the roll?
Representative Harb.
Yes.
Representative Huff.
Yes.
Representative Gould. Representative Horgan.
Yes.
Representative Creighton. Representative Dodge.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Healy.
Yes.
Representative Mayville.
Yes.
Representative Post. Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative
Yes.
Representative Kelly,
Yes.
Representative Perez, Representative Egan,
Yes.
and Chairman Zulu.
Yes.
Motion passes 21-0.
Consent? Seeing no objection to the consent calendar. And I might as well, I'll be going back at the end of the meeting and make certain everybody who has made motions will be writing the blurbs. Ain't gonna get away, guys. Okay. And next is House Bill, first of all, close 1528, open 1618, which is adding several perfluorinated chemicals to a list of perfluoroalkyl substances with minimum contaminant level. I'm not going to go on, but you can read it at your leisure. Well, Chair recognizes Representative Healy for a motion.
Do we motion as an interim study on this?
Is there a second?
I'll second, Mr. Chair.
Second by Representative Harb. Representative Healy, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes. As the emerging science comes forward on this, and as DES has told us and stated, the studies are going ongoing on this, that I think we should let them do their job and go forward with the science as it comes forward.
Representative Harb, would you like to speak to your second?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe, as my fellow representative stated, we could gather a lot by putting this into interim study because of the emerging technology, and I second his motion.
Is there anyone else wishes to speak to the motion? If not, a motion of interim study. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you. Representative Harb,
Yes.
Representative Huff,
Yes.
Representative Gould. Yes. Representative Horgan,
Yes.
Representative Creighton. Yes. Representative Dodge.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Healy,
Yes.
Representative Mayville,
Yes.
Representative Post. Yes. Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Rung. Yes. Representative Grassi. Yes. Representative Gotling. Yes. Representative Cohen. Yes. Representative Connors. Yes. Representative Vale.
Yes.
Representative Kelly.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Any, it's not, see, without objection, it's on the consent calendar. And finally, the last on the list, even though it is an early bill, yes. House Bill 1641, relative to vessel registration fees. Is there anyone wish to make a motion? Representative Smith.
I will make a motion, interim study on House Bill 1641.
Would anyone second the motion? Representative Huff for a second. Would you like to speak to your motion, Representative Smith?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 1641 would change the way that vessels, boats on our waterways pay their registration. And this formula change would mean that if you bought a new personal watercraft / jet ski and paid $15,000 for it, your registration fee would go from $24 a year to $270 a year. And if you bought a new pontoon boat for $60,000 and your current registration fee is $52, it would go up to over $1,000 for the first year, and then incrementally go down based on the age of the boat. And although our registration fees are fairly low, this is a huge jump. So although there is definitely room to increase our vessel registration fees, this is it needs a lot more work. This bill is not ready for prime time. However, on the other hand, we heard from Captain Dunleavy at Marine Patrol that because our registration fee is separate from the add-ons, the money that goes to fish and game, the money that goes to protect our lakes from aquatic invasive species and plants, the federal government is asking and requiring us to integrate this into one registration fee with the fees, the add-on fees not being separated from registration. So I made the motion for interim study so that the committee could work on this and try to assist Marine Patrol in getting to a point that possibly we can come up with legislation that will be introduced next year that will help the Marine Patrol to actually get this job done and get the feds off our backs, to be blunt.
Representative Huff to speak on your second.
I concur wholeheartedly with my colleague from Grafton County.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on the motion? Motion of interim study. Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you, Chair. Representative Harb?
Yes.
Representative Huff?
Yes.
Representative Gold? Representative Corrigan?
Yes.
Representative Creighton?
Yes.
Representative Maybell?
Yes.
Representative Smith?
Yes.
Representative Rung? Representative Brassey? Representative Connors? Representative Cohen?
Yes.
Representative Vale? Representative Kelly?
Yes.
Representative Perez? Representative Egan?
Yes.
And Representative Renzulli.
Yes.
Motion passes 21-0.
Consent?
Mr. Chair, because of the fiscal note, can it go on consent?
Yeah, we're not spending it if you go, yeah, it's an interim study, so I don't think I think it's okay. With that, it looks, well, before I bang the gavel to close the executive session, first I want to make certain people who signed up, who made motions, are going to write the blurbs. I still use that old and ancient term, even though they attempt to change me, but can't do that. Not only can't teach an old dog new tricks, you can't even hardly get them to walk. Okay. On Harvey Bolya, you on the 1005, on the 1220, which is the docking, the docks on Perkins, Representative Gottling, and Huff for the minority. And the Winnipesaukee, that is Huff as well. On 1418, it's Representative Post. On the 1415, the submerged logs, that is Representative Huff as well. On the on the renaming DES, 1452, that's Representative Smith. 1528, that's Representative Egan. 1618, Representative Healy, and on 1641, that's Representative Smith. Do I have it? Am I all correct? Everybody signed up? Could I have them say Saturday? Saturday, is that too much? Saturday?
By 1 o'clock before we start again?
No. By 1 o'clock?
Hey, I'm kidding.
Oh, yeah. Hey, look, it's had a tough day for me. I apologize to the members of the committee because it's been a rough week. Hey, Tom Brady should never have retired. But that's what happens when it's too much for an old man to take. I'll be back on my game next time around. The meeting is adjourned, or the executive session is adjourned, and we will have a meeting to start back up at. It's at 1 o'clock. Yeah, at 1 o'clock. We'll start here again. So have a long lunch. So anyway,
But there are a lot of grandchildren, and now there are burgeoning great-grandchildren.
they're involved. Um,
Well, you know what, Shirley, who was a good friend of mine, when they lived in Hopkinton on that really big piece of property, and, you know, she did so much with the kids, you know, that appreciating all that was there. You know, they would not, they would be sensitized to doing it right.
Yeah, they have a very good land ethic. There's no question.
Yeah, and I don't know what would have happened with all the, I think they had a lot of woodlands in Virginia and West Virginia.
Yeah, and I don't know how that.
Well, I'm trying to think if there was another relative of Bob's that was involved with him on management. That was some of the incentive for going to Virginia.
I know. They have operations.
Well, that could be that.
They have the Appalachian Hardwood.
Yeah,
They have
that
the
would be what Bob said, because everything he did was hardwood, his specialty. But he was a really good person.
Oh.
He built all these ponds and he did all these things, and when he went to Virginia, he started doing the same thing and letting people, you want to come and fish, okay. You know, very, very, what can I say?
Very generous.
Yes, yeah, and very nice, very nice. Well, I haven't seen Shirley in a while, and she moved up to North Andover.
In Massachusetts.
Because, and I think she still keeps a condo probably in Charlottesville, my guess. Yes. But she's going to so many weddings and baptisms and whatever, you know.
Well, with all those grandkids.
Yeah.
There's no end to
Yeah.
things to go to.
Yeah, well, I'm just very happy I got to one big outing we had when Bob got that award. At what, Forester of the Year or Woodsman of the Year.
Tree farm of the year.
Yeah.
Big deal.
Yeah.
Very competitive.
Yep, well deserved.
It is.
So we need more people.
We do. There are some out there, but not at that. He's just, I mean, that was his, who he was.
Yeah. It was his life.
And I can. No motions.
Oh, good, good, good.
We would talk about
Yeah.
land and timber deals that we didn't have.
Yeah.
We just kind of look back and.
And don't worry, if you do anything wrong, I
Talking
will let
about how
you
they
know.
did.
I thought so. I know you want to sit next to me, like, you know.
Not so many.
Maybe
people.
next time.
I used to teach following the procedure. So,
You know, it's a good memory.
It is.
it gets convoluted, doesn't it?
It's good to catch up.
Yeah, and don't take too many trips out there to,
State parliamentary.
What's that?
too many trips out there to the west, or we may start losing them.
Yeah,
Both
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good. I'm happy here.
Okay, Jason.
And I used to teach courses on that. And JC's, all the parliamentarians around the state. And I used to come up there courses. Paul and I talk about this stuff all the time. So. We got one or two parliamentarians in the party, and occasionally I'll correct them. Well, the first amendment, that was, we just ignored that because it was wrong. And so it just hasn't been introduced. We withdraw, pull it back, the sponsor takes it back and walks away. Okay, you change it. Give me the list.
Is it old enough halfway decent? Sort of. Well, at least the chairs are comfortable. Sort of.
I had nice soup,
You have what?
nice soup,
Ah,
chowder,
oh, nice.
hot soup. I just get out of broth.
Oh, yeah.
I'm so fortunate that I was vaccinated and all that stuff. I just felt like any minute it could have turned. And the whole time I just felt like it was really worse. Right? And it's like, here we go. And it just, it was bad. But it didn't go down. It stayed, right about here.
Well, they said it was depending. Do you know what you had?
Yes.
I never even had a PCR test because I had the positive antigen test, and then I was way too sick to leave the house.
But they said that,
So I spoke to Andy about moving away to being here all day because he may be on the committee again. That's why. He's like, this is
serious
Oh,
trouble.
good, okay. And I'm trying to find, I'll just send it to you, I got linked to these.
Oh,
Yeah, I'll just send it, if you could just, I'm trying to find an email where I have all the demos on
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
I can't seem to get it.
No big rush. It's, but
Okay.
because that, for me, it was the sinuses. And it just felt like something, like I just had sinuses. They're all packed and caught. And I've had sinuses, so I mean, it was just so bad. And my ribs, every time I coughed, my ribs felt like glass. And it just felt like breaking glass. And it's the neuropathy.
Well, I'm glad that
My dad,
you're mostly over it. You're on, what do we say, on the road to recovery?
we convalesce on the road and we can discuss injury. But yeah, thanks for asking. I didn't even recognize the other one. Oh, so disappointed. Chuck looks like he was neck and neck with me.
good lunch, Bob?
Yes, I did, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, Mary. Yeah, she just, lunch will be sent back. Put it on the desk.
Yeah, I decided I'm gonna stay for the public hearings because I'm a glutton for punishment. 2 years ago, we had OHR bills at the meeting. One day, we had to be in the finance room, you know, it was just packed.
Sorry, squeezing through. I went to the plant store. How about that?
Oh, you did? Did you get anything?
I did.
Oh, good.
Put it in my car.
My
Have you been to
son's,
Penumbra? Penumbra?
No,
It's
I
a
haven't.
newer store. Well, I guess it's not that new. I guess it's 2 years old now. But I hadn't been in before, and somebody suggested it, so it's
Oh,
really
wow,
cute.
what did you get?
I got just a pothos, but it's like a bright yellowish color.
Oh,
Just kind of
really?
neat. Yeah.
Well,
Something
my,
super easy to grow. I have a lot of little ones around. I love little plants around the house. My husband's gonna be like,
yeah, well, you know,
another
my,
plant.
daughter-in-law, well, she's not my daughter-in-law yet, she hopes so. My son's girlfriend, she started up this, plant, house plant farming.
Yeah.
She'll like spend.
Oh, yeah.
She's gone out to Western Mass, and then like she'll propagate it, but it's like they took one to the community, like one plant she was having a hard time with,
Yeah.
and, she got advice, but it's like a big
Yeah.
thing.
They have these little teeny ones in the shop there for
Yeah.
like $4 and stuff. They're
Yeah.
really cute things.
But she likes, I said, well, what do is at their apartment, they live in Malta.
Yeah.
And she has them on, they have a big, it's all window cards, it's really nice.
Okay.
She collects plants that have pink in them.
Okay.
It's like little pink veins, or
Yeah.
all pink.
That's kind of neat.
She's just kind of drawn to them.
Yeah. Yeah, my husband's gonna be like, you live in Concord, you don't make any money, and you're buying all
Yeah.
things.
But she doesn't, she also like, a lot of times she doesn't water them. She misses them, or she misses the soil.
Yep.
It's a whole, I said, please. I'm lucky if I can keep them alive. I mean, I have
Yeah.
loaded, I don't even know the, I have a Christmas cactus, and I have what's the one that basically counts for, not the spider,
Oh, like an elephant ear type thing?
I forget the name of it, but I'll think of it.
Yeah.
Something dendron. I want to say rhododendron, it's obviously
Okay.
rhododendron, but. Yeah, I mean, I love it. I'm trying to be better about it. And
Yeah,
oh,
I
the
don't
other
go
thing,
crazy. I don't buy it.
I have this like big gallon jug. It's just a little bit like North Miracle-Gro health plant food in it. And okay, that's done wonders for me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm bad about it. I don't fertilize very often.
Yeah.
They need that. I just like,
although it's kind of sick because I have this, my mother passed away in August when I got her plants. She had some of them are really bad shape. So I thought, well, I'm going to try and try. And I did. I repotted them. I used the water and thing. And then I read some places that water them good and then let it dry out for a while because the weeds need some oxygen. So you don't want to always keep it
always,
wet.
yeah, keep it hot, yeah.
Yeah. But it's like, now that my husband and I are retired, I don't really want to care for anything living, which is, I think sometimes we talk
They
about
have a
getting
cute
another.
little shock dog in
Yeah.
there too, so, which is the same kind of dog that I
Yeah.
have, so I like that.
Yeah, we had a dog, our dog died. Sometimes we talk about getting another. We really want to have another responsible, we want to go back to the days when we could have responsible.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome back, and welcome to all those new visitors. I'd like to now open the hearing on House Bill 1109, and I recognize the prime sponsor, Representative Renzullo. Representative Renzullo, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. This bill is House Bill 1109, relative to approval for off-highway recreational vehicles on Class 5 and Class 6 roads. Right now, a city or town council or boards of selectmen, which are the administrative bodies of the towns, may authorize the use of Class 5 and Class 6 roads for use by OHRVs, which is off-highway recreational vehicles. This bill shifts the authorizing authority to the legislative branch, in other words, the town meeting. In the recent past, this committee has heard from residents complaining of the process of approval for OHRV use on roads by the approval process by the boards of selectmen. We heard stories of meetings stacked with out-of-towners or poor notification. All this bill does is give the property owners access to a town-wide electorate rather than a 3 or a 5-person board. Also, the notification is generally superior for town meeting items than for Board of Selectmen's agendas. And also, you note that selectmen do have a say, even in town, with things that could happen at town meetings. In other words, they make recommendations to the warrant articles, so they will get their 2 cents worth in. If you look closely at the bill, you'll see that if you look at the bill itself, you'll see that item A, which is existing law, is very similar to item B, which is the addition. You'll see it keeps much of the same text as above. All it does is it just changes the wording to allow the legislative body, the town meetings, to make the judgment and not the Board of Selectmen for those specific roads. And that's my testimony on this. Fairly simple.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions for the representative? Representative Rung.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Just a clarification, Representative Renzullo, on line 22. It says, except for the case of an emergency closure by a vote of the legislative body. I'm assuming that's still a majority of the legislative body?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Representative Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill would change it so the select board do not make the final decision, but there's still the public hearing and there's still the public hearing prior to the vote. And would the same process be used to reverse the decision if a town did allow OHRV use on the Class 5 and Class 6 roads, that they would, the legislative body would have to pass to reclose the road again?
Yeah, yes, right. It's actually is it does mimic the existing law, it says such town or city authorities may change the allowable usage of a Class 5 or 6 highway by OHRV use by giving notification to the supervisor of the Bureau and removing signs no longer apply. But yes, it does say still by the vote of the legislative body.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Renzullo.
Thank you. Excuse me.
Our next speaker will be Chris Gamache. He opposes the bill from the NHOHVA. Mr. Gamache?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Chris Gamache. I'm a resident of Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Lived in New Hampshire all my life. I am a board of director member for the New Hampshire Off-Highway Vehicle Association, and I'm here representing them today in opposition to House Bill 1109. Predominantly, the legislation would create an imbalance between the process of opening and closing Class 5 and 6 roads. Prior to my current role, I spent 15 years as the Trails Bureau Chief for the Department of Natural Resources. I left that position in 2020. I've been before this committee for 15 years, working on OHRV legislation, and this topic has come up time and time again. In 2019, the legislature passed House Bill 591, which added the provisions of a duly noticed public hearing advertised at least 14 days in advance in a public location in the city or town, and notification to abutters by verified mail to the process by which a town or city used to open up their Class 5 or 6 roads. That process has been in place for a little over a year, and where it's being utilized appears to be working. So the system, we think, isn't broken, and we don't feel a need for a fix. We do also have concerns in this section of the legislation that on line 18 of the bill, you'll notice that it says pursuant to RSA 2153, a city or town may authorize the use of Class 5 and 6 highways. However, on line 20, and that's to open these roads, you would have to go to the legislative body, and the city or town would authorize. However, on line 24, pursuant to the same statute, such city or town authorities may take that authority away. So we believe this actually requires a legislative act, whether it's SB2 voting or a town meeting to open roads, but that the town select boards still would have the authority just to close it without the same process. So with that, I would conclude my testimony and say that respectfully, the New Hampshire Off-Highway Vehicle Association opposes House Bill 1109.
Thank you, Mr. Gamache. Any questions from Mr. Gamache? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. I don't see any other pink cards in front of me for House Bill 1109. Is there anyone here? Yes, ma'am, come forward. I found two. Is this Abby? Thank you, Abby.
Is it on now? Okay. Thank you for filing this bill, Representative Renzullo and Representative Gould. The people who live along roads, open OHRVs, will definitely tell you the system is broken, and that so that abutters of roads considered for OHRV use should absolutely be notified before they're turned into OHRV trails, and the legislative body should be involved. It shouldn't be up to 2 of 3 selectmen. And I'd also like to point out that to actually give any of these laws pertaining to OHRV placement the teeth they need. You need to abolish immunity for OHRV trail siting decisions. Right now in Gorham, 7 households are suing the town and the state to remove the OHRV trails from their neighborhood. And the judge granted the state sovereign immunity and the town immunity, which means that when it comes to where you put ATVs, the Bureau of Trails doesn't have to follow the law, and a town doesn't have to follow the law. So until you abolish immunity for OHRV trail siting decisions, these trails can go anywhere and the problems will continue. So, thank you for looking into this. The people of New Hampshire need your help.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have any questions of the witness? Seeing none, thank you again. The next witness in support of the bill, Mr. Smith.
Good afternoon, and thanks for the time. This is an administrative matter. I sent in an email testifying in opposition to this bill yesterday, and I have had a chance to talk to the sponsor and a couple other people to learn a little bit more about how it works. So I just wanted to officially say that I'm in support of this bill. I'm representing myself. My name is Boyd Smith from Concord, New Hampshire, and I'm a bicycling aficionado. But I just wanted to go on the record of saying that I'm in support of 1109.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Any questions for Mr. Smith? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thanks, sir.
And now I'll ask again, is there anyone else that wants to speak? I think I hit all the pink cards. Seeing none, nobody approaching the witness stand, I will close the hearing on HB 1109. The next hearing is at 1:45. We'll have a hearing then at HB 1128. For the record, I'm going to ask what the results of the blue sheet was for 1109. How many for, how many against?
Well, we have 4 names, 2 for, 1 against, and 1 didn't make any selection. Do you want the actual names?
Yes, go ahead, thank you.
Jason Stock of Concord, Abby Evancow of Gorham, Chris, looks like Pastoria from Easton, and Dan Bennett of Concord. Were those all in favor, or? There was 1 no and 1 unmarked.
Which ones were
Okay,
in
so Dan
favor?
Bennett was opposed. Chris Pastoria didn't check anything. Abby Evancow was pro, and Jason Stock is pro.
Thank you.
Oh, pro, okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Going to call this public hearing back into session and open for a hearing House Bill 1128 and recognize this prime sponsor, Representative Renzullo. Representative Renzullo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, I'm Andy Renzullo. I represent the towns of Hudson and Pelham. House Bill 1128 is an act relative to the financial liability for damages caused by OHRV use of Class 6 roads. In other words, if the Board of Selectmen allows recreational vehicular use, and remember, I'm saying recreational vehicular use, on a Class 6 road, then the town will have to fix the damage done to the road. Okay, why is this an issue? The committee has received complaints in the recent past where boards of selectmen have authorized the use of the Class 6 roads by off-highway recreational vehicles. Now, a Class 6 road is not maintained by the town. So residents who live on these roads are unhappy because the high-intensity use of Class 6 roads by these off-highway recreational vehicles damages the road, and the residents on the road have to repair the road themselves. It is only right and equitable that if the Board of Selectmen creates a situation that damages some town citizens, the town should make them whole again. Now, let's whack a few of the what-ifs or the what-abouts that's going to happen on this bill. It's a town road. You can't stop people from traveling on it. Of course not. You're not using the road for transportation. You're using the road for transportation, not recreation. And the police aren't stupid. If they spot someone, they can tell who's going over the mountain to the store to pick up a loaf of bread versus somebody who's freewheeling and spinning and grinning around the area. It's different. It's, it's for, the issue is the recreational use, not the transportational use of the road. Well, what about people on the Class 6 road who have OHRVs? So what? If they tear up the road, they'll have to be the ones to fix it. If the Board of Selectmen do not invite in the rest of the world to bring their OHRVs. That's the issue. And so the town would not be liable if they don't allow people from outside the areas to use their OHRVs on those roads. The idea is to disincentivize the Board of Selectmen from inviting in the rest of the world's OHRVs. It's not to collect fines. I don't have much else to say. I'll take questions.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions for Representative Renzullo? Representative Crichton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, if the town pays for the damage on a Class 6 road that they had authorized people to go on, does that change the classification of that road from a Class 6 to a Class 5 since they are now spending money on that road?
I have heard that. I have not seen a statute to that effect. I mean, I have looked. I haven't found it, but I'm not saying it's not there. So it's in the best interest of the selectmen not to allow the OHRVs on the road. You can, again, in a high-intensity recreational use.
Thank you. Any other questions for Representative? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Our next witness to testify in opposition to the bill, Natch Grays from New Hampshire Municipal Association. Mr. Grays.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nate Graves for the New Hampshire Municipal Association. We oppose this bill. We really have two reasons for opposing this bill. The first is that it would conflict with existing law. Current New Hampshire law prohibits municipalities from spending money on Class 6 roads. You see this in various statutes. For example, RSA 229:5, which is the definition of highways. The major roads that municipalities use, Class 5 roads, are those that they have a duty to maintain and known as town roads, whereas Class 6 roads are just simply classified as all other public ways, and generally are those that would be not maintained. You also have references to this in RSA 231:50 and RSA 231:93. Those relate more specifically to liability provisions. The core of the point is that there are numerous references throughout the statutes that clearly exempt municipalities from a duty to maintain Class 6 roads and that prohibit them from spending money on those roads. And that makes it very difficult, if not impossible, to actually do what this bill says, which is that the municipality would have to determine how the road was damaged, because it could only be using the funds to repair damage done by OHRVs. So, for example, if a logging truck went down a road and caused damage, you have to determine what the difference is of that damage between that logging truck, which they couldn't repair, and there wouldn't be a provision to repair, and an OHRV use, which they would, under this bill, be required to repair. The other concern that we have is that this bill would undermine the ability to recover damages from those who actually damage the road. So there are provisions in statute, for example, RSA 231:11, which requires someone who damages a road to restore it to its prior condition, and RSA 236:39, which is the civil liability for damages to roads statute. There's also criminal liability for damages to roads. That's generally a purposeful damage. So if someone purposely goes out and digs up the road, for example. But in any case, if someone goes out and damages the road, the municipality could, except in this specific instance of the OHRV damaging the road, go out and recover that damages. So, if you have, for example, a group of riders who are going on the road during mud season and it's an unpaved road, that's obviously going to cause more damage than in other conditions. Ordinarily, the municipality, if this is significant enough to rise to the level of damage that it will be worth pursuing a court case over, could go after those specific individuals. But it would appear under this bill that that would not be a possibility, because the municipality would now have the responsibility to repair the road using their own funds. So those are the two major reasons that we object to the bill, and I'm certainly happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Grays. Without first opening it up for questions, can you give us that first cite that you gave, the first one? I have the others.
RSA 229:5. And it's actually Roman 6 is the definition for Class 6 roads.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Grays? Yes, Mr. Creighton, Representative Creighton.
Yes, sir, thank you. I have two questions. The first question is, under the the current RSAs, the selectmen of the town can authorize OHRV on Class 6 roads.
Correct.
Okay. Second question then is, if they can authorize that usage, then what they're authorizing under what you've just said is they're authorizing other people from other places to create damage on a road and then requiring the citizen adjacent to that road to fix that road. How does that make any sense?
Well, let me clarify, because I wouldn't quite agree with your characterization. So any town road, so any class 4, 5, or 6 road is, the way to think about it really is it's owned by the town. So if someone causes damage to that road, if you want to repair that road, you have to get the town's permission to do that. There's no authorization under the statutes for the town to spend money on class 6 roads in particular, but if someone who lives on a class 6 road wants to repair that, they have to go to the town and get permission. That's different than, say, a private road where the people living on it can go repair it. Now, it's possible that that road might be classified as an emergency lane, and there's an emergency lane provision. So you can see that often where you have a large number of houses along a class 6 road, and that would actually authorize the municipality to spend money on that road, regardless of what its classification is or whether it's a private road, to maintain it suitable for passage for emergency vehicles. So they could actually, there are ways to maintain it, and there are local options to do that. As far as the authorization for OHRVs go, the way I would look at it is the same way that the law would look at any sort of damage. You know, if you have, let's say, a logging truck go along a road, you know, over time, a number of trucks, they're, you know, just the ordinary wear and tear is going to do damage. Depending on how the structure of the road is, that may or may not cause more damage, which is the reason we have a statutory provision for weight limits. So, for example, in mud season, the underlying foundation of the road may not be quite as stable, so you have a weight limit. And if you surpass that weight limit and cause damage to the road, there are fines and potentially, you know, suits attached to that. You don't see that happen very often because that's not something that, you know, an individual truck is gonna cause a lot of damage, but it might be something with a business with a large number of trucks going through, or a timber cut or something like that is more often where you see some sort of penalty imposed. So as far as kind of the authorization goes, there's nothing especially special about OHRVs. You know, they don't necessarily dig up the road. I mean, it depends really on what the conditions are and how they're riding those vehicles. But if you're just traveling along the road, it's possible that, you know, they won't cause any additional damage as compared to other traffic. It's just that you have a higher number of vehicles along the road, and it's going to be very specific. But, you know, if somebody's going and, you know, doing figure eights in the ditching or something like that, that's going to undermine the road and cause more damage. And that's more often the case where you're going to see the municipality put in effort to actually try to stop that behavior, because it's going to cause that unnecessary damage. But again, it's a case-by-case basis.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Graves? Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for testifying, Mr. Graves, and thanks for taking my testimony. You did speak a while back about, you know, the roads posted in the spring with weight limits. Are Class 6 roads posted in the spring because of the weight limits?
That's an individual municipality decision. So often what you'll see is a road agent for the municipality will go out, assess each road in the town, and sometimes they're just roads that are always have a weight limit for the spring, but it's something that's made on a decision that's made on an annual basis by the select board.
Follow-up.
Yes. And I want to make sure I heard this correctly, but you did say that Class 4, 5, and 6 roads are owned by the town?
That's the way I think about them, in the sense that the town has all the rights to the road itself. They may not necessarily own the land underneath the road, so it's technically, a road is technically a viatic easement, so an easement that allows the public to travel over and do other things that relate to traveling along that road. And there's a large number of case law from the 1800s about that, and feeding horses and all of that. But really, the way to think about it is that the town owns the road in the sense that it's the select board, under their authority to manage the roads, have the authority to determine what happens to those roads, whether it's, allowing OHRVs to use it, or whether, I don't know, you have horse and buggies going along it, whatever the case may be. It's the select board that's allowed to make that decision under our statutory scheme.
One more.
My last question is, you did mention there were local options to repairing these Class 6 roads?
Correct.
And I wondered what those would include, because I haven't heard anything from people I've talked to who live on Class 6 roads.
Right. So one of the really the major option that the municipality would have is declare it as an emergency lane. And essentially they would need to have a public hearing, and it's generally either the fire chief or the police chief that comes and specifies why this needs to be an emergency lane, because they're the ones who provide the emergency services. So they'll come in and say, there's 20 houses at the end of this road. It's a private road, or it's a Class 6 road. We can't maintain it, but we need to get the fire truck down there in case there's a fire, or whatever the case may be, or the road leads to the pond and we need to fill up the fire truck. And so that's something the municipality has the option of doing, and that provides them the ability to maintain the road to the standard of being able to be traveled by the emergency vehicles. You have, you could always have the town reclassify a road as a Class 5 road, and there are a number of options to do that, and I'd bore you to tears if I went through those. But you could always do that and then maintain it. And if you stop maintaining the Class 5 road in a condition suitable for travel for 5 or more years, then it reverts to a Class 6 road. So, I mean, you have options of different things you could do at the local level to require municipal maintenance, which would not require any sort of investigation of who caused the damage, if that's an option that you want to pursue.
Thank you.
Any other? Yes. Representative Egan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my questions. I just want to get some clarity, so I may have a question and a follow-up. So you said that the select board can periodically review the weight limits to adjust the weight limits for the damage that might come from trucking on roads.
Correct.
So would they also be able to then review the damage there, so because they're doing that, the town is then responsible or controlling their responsibility for the damage that might come to the roads? If a select board is now, a current statute, allowed to allow OHRVs to travel on the road, wouldn't they be needing to take the same responsibility to maintain those roads from OHRV travel?
I don't believe so, because with a weight limit, you're looking at something like, if you take the road in front of the State House here, which they recently repaired, before it was repaired, it may be the case that, it was the end of its life, usable life, and therefore it was necessary for the Concord City Council to put a weight limit on it, and that would have effectively either prevented large trucks from going down it, or they would have paid the penalty for doing so, assuming it was enforced all the time. And that's going to change based on the conditions of the road. Once it's been repaved, you don't necessarily have to do that, and it's not required that you review every road for a weight limit. It's an option, and you're going to attach those to things where that type of activity is going to cause damage.
Thank you.
No follow-up. Any other questions for the witness? Yes, Representative Perez.
Thank you for letting me ask the question, and thank you for taking my question. My question to you is, if we have in a situation where it's a residential area and you see people coming from other streets and then driving their HRVs in the area that only vehicles supposed to be, how are we going to handle the situation if the road gets damaged by the HRVs? Because the people who's damaging the road is not from not living on the street that this is, happening. How does the situation get handled?
Right. So if I understand your question correctly, I mean, the way I would analogize it is, when they built the road, they would have had certain requirements. And if you look at something like the DOT's geometric design standards, they would say, you look at the road and you figure out how many average times a car or other vehicle is going to go over the road, and that's gonna give you the result of how you want to build the road. And if you suddenly convert something like a residential road to a cut through, as has frequently happened with something like Google Maps, you're going to see a lot more traffic over the road than you would otherwise. And I don't have a good solution for you, because you certainly see that in many different circumstances. But I think, that's really something that they have to determine at the local level, determine what is the appropriate nature. It may be the case that they want to convert that to a Class 5 road and therefore have the municipality take over responsibility for it. That would be the cleanest way under the current statutory scheme.
Is there another question to my right? Any other questions? Yes, Representative Post.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you again for today for coming to testify. My question is very simple. I wanted to know, you had talked about someone who purposely digs up a roadway.
Yes.
Do you have that RSA?
I don't have off the top of my head the criminal damage to roads, but I can certainly look that up and give that to you by the end of the hearing.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the witness? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Grace, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, in support of the bill, and excuse me if I mispronounce your last name, Abby Evander? Ivanko. Thank you, Abby.
Thank you. And again, I have to emphasize, I appreciate you're all looking into this problem that's statewide. And also, you need to know that right now, the Attorney General's office is actively defending the Bureau of Trails' right to ignore the laws that govern where OHRV trails are allowed. So we've got all these trail sighting requirements, and the Attorney General is saying, well, Bureau of Trails doesn't have to follow them. And they're also saying that the town of Gorham doesn't have to follow them. Our own zoning, our noise ordinance, you don't have to follow them. So when you file these bills to address the OHRV problem, please consider adding in the abolishing of immunity for OHRV trail siting decisions by the municipalities and the state. And that will give the teeth that these desperately needed bills need when they become law. Thank you. Thank you for your time and concern.
Thank you. Any questions for the witness? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next, also in opposition to the bill, Chris Gamache, NHOHVA. Mr. Gamache.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record again, my name is Chris Gamache. I'm a resident of Gilmanton, New Hampshire, and I'm on the board of directors of the New Hampshire Off-Highway Vehicle Association. And we are here in opposition of House Bill 1128. I'll be very brief. I won't belabor what the New Hampshire Municipal Association discussed, which was some of our concerns. But we believe creating this simple section and the OHRV laws would actually conflict with at least 4 other existing statutes that would also have to be looked at and addressed. Otherwise, this bill simply creates more confusion and questions than it clarifies. This bill also creates the same subsection in law as House Bill 1108. It would both be creating a new subsection B under Roman numeral 9. So if both bills were to move forward, they would actually be in conflict with each other, and that would have to be clarified. And we believe that the changes sought in this legislation are far more complicated than adding one subsection that would require a rewrite of many laws. We believe potentially unintended consequences of such a revision to our existing laws requires a much more thorough review. And we believe that some of these questions are better suited toward House Bill 1188's proposed study commission, which I'll be up shortly to support. So we think a lot of these questions should be routed toward that study commission. With that, I'll end my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gamache. Any questions from Mr. Gamache? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. I have no more pink cards. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on 1128? I see some hands, so come forward. We got it. Mr. Stock to speak in support of the bill.
Are you ready? Okay. Well, good afternoon. For the record, I'm Jason Stock. I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association. Our members own timberland, and over which Class 6 roads pass and abut. And I come here today in support of this bill, and I want to explain to you kind of why we're engaged in this discussion. Timber and timberland, the value of timber and timberland is driven much by access. You've got a tree growing in the forest, its value in many instances predicated by the ability to get that tree to market. Roads and infrastructure and maintaining roads and infrastructure are important, and they have a direct effect on timber values and timberland values. And if that road and infrastructure deteriorates and it becomes impassable, that affects your value and your ability to, your values, and also your ability to do management on your property. Class 6 roads, as you've heard from the Municipal Association, they're an important part of the state's infrastructure. They're municipal roads. The towns own the right-of-way. The landowners own underneath the road. But the towns do have the authority to manage the right-of-way over top of it. They have in their toolbox within the road statute a bunch of tools to do that. They can post a road for weight limits, as you've heard. They can also require bonds if you're going to use a road, and this is frequent in the timber business. If I file my intent to cut and I'm going to travel across a road, the road agent will say, okay, Mr. Stock, you're going to be driving some large trucks on our road. We would like you to post a bond in the event that one of your trucks harms the road. We have a financial surety here to repair that road so that you don't just skip town and now we're stuck with a road that has problems. So there are a number of tools that and abilities to do that. Class 6 roads are subject to gates and bars. Although they don't typically put locks on them, they do have gates, and they can be subject to gates and bars as well. This is a subject that I have to, and it usually happens right around March 1st. My phone starts ringing as road postings go up, and I have loggers trying to move wood out of the woods to the mill, and they're talking and working with road agents. My phone starts to ring, and we try to find amicable solutions and ways to work through this so that people can get their wood to the market. One of the I'll say more recent wrinkles that we're seeing is with roads and Class 6 roads in particular and recreational use. So if I have a road, a Class 6 road that's accessing my property, many times these roads are very, almost impassable to a standard vehicle. And therefore, if I, as a landowner or a land manager, logger or forester, want to go in and do a timber sale and do some management on that land, I'm obligated, I can't legally touch that right-of-way until I get authority from the selectmen. So I'll go to the selectmen and say, selectmen, this is what we're going to do. Can I have authority to do this? And most times, most often, they'll say, absolutely, go ahead and do it. It's my money that I invest in that road. If I have to bring gravel in, if I have to bring fill, if I have to put an excavator out there to smooth things out or a dozer, it's my money that I, as a private citizen, so the town is not making that investment. It's me as a landowner. And of course, that gets built into my timber sale in my management work. It's also not uncommon to have the town say, okay, thank you for that. Oh, by the way, we'd like you to also bond that. I've gotten calls from loggers saying, how does this work? I just spent $30,000 and now they want me to bond it. My biggest incentive here not to damage it is the fact that I just dropped $30,000. But we pay the bond because it is a legal right that the towns have, and we go about our business. What gets frustrating is I have to go to the selectmen. I have to get approval. I put my money into the road. I actually then, in some instances, have to insure that with a bond. There are instances where perhaps a road posting gets posted, so I can't use it during mud season. Yet that road continues to see other traffic. And I've had more than, and I could have paraded in landowners and foresters today to give you many stories of where I've gone through this process to watch my investment literally get washed down the road because of use during particularly sensitive times of the year. Mud season, where the road is sensitive, we're going to stay off it, but an individual decides it might be pretty cool to see if they can make it up that hill and as a result create a pair of ruts that erode and wash out. So our interest in this bill is one that we look at and we say, all right, you know, we have a set of rules and guidelines by which we operate on. We've worked with those for hundreds of years, but there are other users out there, and you know, we're making investments in this infrastructure. We're doing what we should be. There are other users out there that may not have clearly not the financial investment, and for us, there seems to be an inequity there. And I will grant you, when we looked at this piece of legislation, and I applaud the sponsors' efforts, probably the best place for this to land would have been within the road statutes, as you heard from the Municipal Association. Because there's a whole body of law that deals with roads, road classifications, when they switch, etc. And I also appreciate the fact that as a municipality, they're not going to want to make the investment in the road. They're not going to want to make the investment because, as was discussed earlier, it will revert to a Class 5 road, and as a result, the town then is hung with that obligation to maintain it henceforth. But inasmuch as we wanted to come today and kind of lay out this issue, we do think there may be some opportunities to do this. It may be in the context of the study commission. It may be in the context of this bill, where perhaps you have a road, if you have a local club that wants to use a Class 6 road as a trail, say, all right, adopt a trail. You folks have adopted it. It's on you. You can post a bond. You can maintain it. And that way, the town's not on the hook, but yet you have some stewards there that have a vested interest in that trail, and even perhaps a financial interest if a bond is required, and say, all right, just like you do with your other trails in other networks, perhaps that's a solution. And I would offer that as a suggestion because again, what we're seeing now, the frustration out there amongst landowners and land managers can get pretty great when they've made these investments, they have followed the rules, they're doing what they should, and then to have it kind of literally wash away. Again, we support the bill. I will admit it probably needs some work, either where it sits statutorily, but some other minds may need to come to bear and kind of think this through so that towns aren't automatically getting on the hook of having to maintain roads by inadvertently having them classified as a Class 5 road. But I offer that as my testimony today. I'd be happy to answer any questions and certainly happy to work with you folks in the future on this issue, as it is a significant issue for our membership. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from Mr. Stack? Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Stock, for taking my question. You mentioned that you thought that some work could be done on this and it could possibly be ready for prime time. Do you see that that could be done in 1 or 2 work sessions, or is it going to require more than that?
Given the complexity of roads, and there are literally books written on roads and road law, 1 to 2 work sessions might be a bit optimistic. I wish we could, but it is a can of worms, but it is an important issue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? I have one question. You mentioned about clubs adopting a road. Do you know, can a Board of Selectmen approve a Class 6 road for OHRV subject to the condition that a club adopt it?
Representative Harb, that's a great question, and I don't know. It was a suggestion that was put forth by one of my committee members. It's been a model that's worked really well with the snowmobile industry, where you have clubs and club networks that maintain trails, police trails, and maintain positive landowner relations. And so one of the thoughts was that may be, if you have a model there that works, perhaps this is another model that we could try to use and adopt it to the OHRV community as well.
Thank you. See no other hands. Thank you very much for your
Thank you.
testimony. Did we miss anybody else's great pink card? Yes, come forward. You could have.
Boyd Smith. I live in Concord, New Hampshire, and I thought I put a card up there, yes.
You did. It was hidden.
So this is kind of that administrative thing again. I sent the email yesterday in opposition. I'd like to change that officially to support, but I've got to say, after listening to this expert testimony of the few people in front of me that really know this business, there's clearly an awful lot to unpack or actually pack in. I think what I wanted to say, I like the idea of my understanding the intention of the bill to link a municipal decision with a municipal responsibility. That simple understanding is if you open it, then the town, it has some authority to manage that road, versus right now we can't put money into Class 6s is my understanding. But that being said, it's clearly a complicated situation. And I'm also looking at 1188, as a broader opportunity to study what really is a statewide, a broad-based issue. And I won't even say a problem, but there's multiple users on multiple, rail trails and Class 6 roads. And I think taking a good, careful look at that with all the stakeholders that need to be at the table, so we can figure out some of these complexities to maintain our, our recreational systems, our Class 6 public transport systems, really makes a ton of sense. So I'm supporting the attention of the bill, understanding that this concept probably needs a bigger venue and a bigger forum to put it to practice. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Any questions from Mr. Smith? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Mr. Grays, maybe have that cite for us.
I do. It's RSA 236:38. It states that a criminal damage to roads is a misdemeanor with a intent of, without authority, someone willfully injures the road, essentially. And since I'm up here, I'll just add that I did like Mr. Stock's suggestion, and I'm more than happy to work with anyone on that project.
Thank you. Representative Post, did you have a question?
Yes, can you clarify the number again? Was it RSA 236:6?
:38.
38, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grays. Is there anyone else to testify on House Bill 1128? Yes, come forward. Have you filled out a pink card that we can't find?
No, I didn't, but I did fill online submitted testimony, written testimony. My name is Stephen Wilkie. I'm president of Sullivan County ATV Club in Claremont, New Hampshire. We've been in existence since 1999 and have worked with the city of Claremont, the town of Cornish, and the town of Newport. And in the last 2 years, we've put in over $50,000 worth of grant and aid funds into Class 5 and Class 6 roads within our two towns. I encourage you to read my testimony on this bill and the one I submitted earlier as great examples of how things can work. There is certainly the ability for a municipality to grant permission to a club to maintain those roads. And we have been doing it the right way for many years.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkie. But before you leave, can you fill out a pink card so
I
the
shall.
clerk can have it? Any questions for Mr. Wilkie? Yes, Representative Kelly.
Mr. Wilkie, so there was the question earlier about whether if a club puts a trail on their trail map, are they responsible? Is there a legal responsibility to maintain that trail or maintain that road?
So when we get a permission slip, which comes from the Bureau of Trails, we are agreeing to maintain, sign, and keep in safe condition these trails and roads. Oftentimes in a municipality, the road is already open to OHRVs. Like in Cornish, those roads have been open since the early 70s. And they just then extend permission to our club by written, indefinite. And then when we need to do work on it, we go back, they fill out a form for the maintenance, and then we can apply for grant aid or we pay for it ourselves. Oftentimes, the trucks, the 4x4 trucks that go over these roads, because they're legally registered, do more damage than our small machines. Our machines, the largest ones, are 2,000 pounds. Last year, Eversource used Cat Hole Road, and they totally ruined the road. And our club actually had to go in and use our funds to fix it, and then we got washed out with the summer rains, and we had to go fix it again. And we have the capability because of the membership program and the grant and aid program.
Thank you. Any other questions from Mr. Wilkie? Yes, just to remind you, Mr. Wilkie, can you fill in the card? Thank you. Anyone else to testify on House Bill 1128? I'll ask one more time. Anybody else to testify? 1128. Seeing no one approaching the mic, before I close the hearing, do we have anybody on the blue sheets? Yes, Representative. Who do we have?
My apologies to whoever's name I'm about to butcher for the second time today. We have 3 names, 2 for, 1 against. The 2 for would be Abby Evanco and Chris Pastori, and the 1 against would be Dan Bennett.
Thank you. Having heard that, I will close this hearing. The next hearing starts now. You gonna do it or not? I don't care. Next hearing that will open, House Bill 1188, bill to establish a commission to study OHRV use in the state. As she heads to the witness table, I'll recognize the prime sponsor, Representative Smith, when she gets there. I do have 3 pink cards. Oh, more coming. So I now have 5 pink cards, including Representative Smith.
Let me get organized here. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee. Good to see you all on the, I can now see everyone's faces as opposed to your backs. Great to be here. For the record, I am Suzanne Smith. I'm state representative from Grafton County District 8, representing the towns of Hebron, Plymouth, and Holderness. And I am here as the prime sponsor of House Bill 1188. And of course, I am in support of it. But I want to just talk a little bit about OHRVs in general so you know why I have introduced this bill. The first bills related to OHRVs in New Hampshire were introduced in 1989. Since then, 57 laws related to OHRVs have been signed into law. Since the first bill was introduced, ATVs, as they were called then, usually had 3 wheels and held 1 passenger. The variety and size of these recreational vehicles has expanded to include 4-wheelers, UTVs, utility terrain vehicles, gators, like tractors, side-by-sides which hold 4 people, and dirt bikes. They are now commonly referred to as off-highway recreational vehicles, and they are bigger and wider than they were even 10 years ago. Sales and use have expanded exponentially, as have concerns by law enforcement, landowners whose property abuts trails and roads, the tourism industry, and those who share rail trails with OHRVs. Members of this committee over the year have had the opportunity to ride on and drive OHRVs on field trips to Jericho Mountain State Park in Berlin and the surrounding environs, including riding on highways through the town, the city of Berlin. The legislature has been instrumental in passing laws which take small bites out of some of the challenges that we have recognized, but as you know, deadlines for committee work do not allow for a deep dive into the many issues confronting law enforcement, landowners, municipalities, the Department of Transportation, Bureau of Trails, and legislators, as well as riders. In August of 2021, a group of stakeholders, including legislators, Executive Counselor Joe Kenny, law enforcement, the New Hampshire Bureau of Trails, and the president of the New Hampshire OHRV Association, came together and brainstormed about ongoing concerns related to OHRVs. And I have distributed that article that was in the paper that talked about that meeting to all the committee members. Councilor Kenny suggested a commission which could work long-term to try to solve some of the challenges. And this bill came out of that meeting. So what will the commission do? If you look at page 2 of the, page 1 of the bill, there is a list, no, that's members, never mind. Page 2 talks about some of the duties which the commission will study in including current statutes related to OHRVs, which some of them conflict with each other because of all the many, many bills that have been passed into law over the last 30 years. Positive and adverse effects of OHRV use on state and town roads, how Fish and Game Department, state police, county sheriffs, and municipal police work together to provide consistency and enforcement. Education and safety requirements for OHRV riders, which we had a bill last week about. Positive and adverse effect on the economy of OHRVs and the impacts of requiring rental agents to install speed regulating governors on OHRVs provided to renters. And of course, all other issues which come before the commission. So it's a huge charge. It's not an easy fix. It's going to take quite a while, which is why it is a 5-year commission and not a 2-year or 1-year commission, because to make it any shorter than 5 years would just not allow the time needed to review. I mean, the two bills we just heard, the safety bill we had last week, the education bill we had last week, all of these are just little bites of the apple. So I have received a lot of input from people requesting changes to the commission membership, and I did pass out a possible amendment. It hasn't been submitted yet because I expect it may be tweaked a little bit more even, and that gives you a number of people on all sides of the issue, whether they're OHRV clubs, the Bureau of Trails, members of the public, landowners, Conservation Commission, and the Rail Trail Coalition. So I tried to include a lot of stakeholders so a really good discussion can happen out of this commission. And I hope that you will support it, and I can try to answer any questions. And also to actually add to the safety issue, I did pass out September 21 crash reports from Fish and Game, and almost all of them are due to inexperience and speeding and not obeying the current laws. And then you also have recklessness too. But these are all things that kind of turned my head and made me think we really have to do something. And the legislator who brought together the stakeholders in August is one of the co-sponsors of this bill, and two of the other legislators who were at that meeting are also Representatives Kelly and Egan. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions for Representative Smith? Yes, Representative Arung.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You mentioned, Representative Smith, this is a 5-year commission, but on the bill it says that it will be repealed in 2026. So I think of that as 4 years.
Well, it's November of 2026, so I guess it's 4.5 years.
Okay. Follow up? Thank you. The other thing, on your proposed amendment, on item number 13, you say one representative of the New Hampshire Society for the Protection of Forests, the Appalachian Mountain Club, or the Nature Conservancy. So are you suggesting one member from each of those?
No, it's or, not and.
Okay.
So they will work together and they will come up with one person who would represent their interests.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
And I'm still working on a better wording for that.
Any other questions for Representative Smith? Seeing none?
I did have one, the number 11, the Timberland owners, I've just received information that the way that Timberland owners and the Farm Bureau would like to be combined would be one representative representing landowners chosen by the Timberland owners and the New Hampshire Farm Bureau. So that would just, doesn't change the number.
Thank you, Representative. No questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next witness in favor, Abby Evenko. Abby?
Again, thank you very much for looking into this issue. I would request, I agree with changing the commission makeup so it's more representative of a more diverse makeup of New Hampshire citizens. And also, when you're looking into the impact of requiring speed regulators, also noise regulators. For the people who are anywhere near these machines, the noise is a big problem. So I'd like you to consider that. And again, abolishing immunity for the town and state. Thanks for looking into this.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Also speaking in favor, Chris Gamache, NHOHVA. Mr. Gamache.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Again, my name is Chris Gamache from Gilmanton, New Hampshire, Board of Directors for the New Hampshire Off-Highway Vehicle Association. We are here testifying in support of House Bill 1188. It is supported by all 28 of our member clubs, its officers and directors. We'd like to thank Representative Smith for introducing this. She's been involved in these topics, certainly with this committee, for a number of years. Speaking on behalf of myself, I attended the hearings on the first ATV study commission when I was hired by the Bureau of Trails in 2001, and I've been attending hearings before the RR&D, Transportation, and other committees ever since. And I would agree. We've passed legislation about study committees, study commissions that have lasted roughly the summer before the next legislative season, maybe 2 years, and they have not done what is needed to be done. A longer-term approach is needed for these discussions. There are a lot of topics, as you have heard and seen, between legislation proposed last week and this week. So the New Hampshire Off-Highway Vehicle Association wholeheartedly supports the passage of House Bill 1188. We would like to see any proposed amendment, and one concern would be how big the list of attendees gets. The larger a commission gets, the more ineffective it becomes. And we would have concerns with adding more and more people that would likely make it no longer a balanced and fair commission. With that, I'll end my testimony, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Gamache. Any questions for Mr. Gamache? Seeing none? Yes, Representative Creighton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Kamash, since 2001, you've been on several commissions. What have been the results of those commissions? And have those commissions provided value, or are they just taking up oxygen?
Thank you for the question, Representative Creighton. So some of them have provided value. I can't remember the House bill number from 2001. It was Representative Alger from Rumney who filed that study commission. We worked with other, basically the off-highway vehicle bureaus from the other surrounding states to learn what they had done, had other states come in. We looked at a host of draft documents. The state at that time had come up with 1998 a draft list of considerations that the state needed to use when they were building an OHRV trail on state lands. It had never been tested. It actually was then, from that commission, put into a bill, House Bill 1273, during the 2002-2003 legislative season, and that actually codified this draft untested criteria in law, and we've had issues with it ever since. But it did, put it out that we had to start looking at public lands. The issue at the time had been really only private lands were hosting OHRV trails, and private landowners really wanted to see a balance. If they were going to be asked to only open their lands, their expectation was the state would do so as well to support some of these. Those early on came out with a lot of work. We've had some regarding the roads. The House bill, was it 519, I testified to earlier, from 2019, adding in the public policy or the public notice in verified mail to abutters on class 5 and 6 roads. Those were good changes that came out as well. So we have had some, but we really haven't taken a big, deep dive look in a number of years.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Yes, Representative Gottlieb.
Thank you, Mr. Gamache. Could you tell me, are the Jeeps with the huge tires classified as OHRVs? And do they go routinely on those trails?
So the answer is it depends. They are not, they are. Off-highway recreational vehicles in New Hampshire is an extremely broad definition. And it's basically anything used off-road with tires that is used for enjoyment. If you're smiling and you're not on a paved surface or a road, you technically are in an off-highway recreational vehicle. So we have a trail at Jericho Mountain State Park where only Jeeps and full-size trucks are allowed, not ATVs and UTVs. They are traditionally not allowed on the other trails that clubs manage in the state. Class 6 roads, though if they're registered as a conventional motor vehicle, they're allowed to operate on those, as transportation purposes.
Questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Our next witness supporting the bill with an amendment, Dan Bennett, New Hampshire Auto Dealers Association. Mr. Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Dan Bennett with the New Hampshire Automobile Dealers Association. We're a trade association for the motor vehicle industry in New Hampshire. I'm here today on behalf of our 40 or so OHRV dealers, snowmobile and ATVs. We support the bill and the admirable goals that Representative Smith has put forward, especially around the issue that we talked about last week of responsible ridership and proper safety and rider education. I have not seen Representative Smith's amendment, but we would respectfully request that NHADA or one of its designees be added as a commission member. We are the sellers, the servicers, the registration agents, and the rental agents of OHRVs. We really are on the front line of these serious issues surrounding OHRV usage. It's also, we're in the unique position due to our manufacturer-dealer relationship to get information, data, and access on some of the, I guess, latest and greatest technology, efficiency, and designs that are going into product and product pipeline as well. So I heard the issue of noise emission levels, certainly something we would have access to. Governors, we are rental agents, but we're also the builders of those units. So we have great knowledge on governors for, say, the speed limit governor that's proposed. So with that being said, we think our voice would be beneficial in the commission. We would welcome the opportunity to participate and further the goals and the important studies that the commission is doing. So with that, I'd take any questions if there are any, but pretty simple.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Any questions for Mr. Bennett? Somebody? No, I guess. Thank you, Mr. Bennett.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Our next witness also speaking in support of the bill, Matt Leahy, Forest Society. Mr. Leahy.
Hi, sorry about that. Good afternoon. My name is Matt Leahy. I'm the Public Policy Director for the Forest Society. I'll be brief. I have written testimony. I'm not going to read that, but I would just say very briefly, we support this legislation. And obviously this committee has spent quite a bit of time on this issue in the last 3 or 4 years. And there has, I think, been some helpful steps as a result of that work, but I think it is also clear that there are still issues, areas of concern, conflict between ATV users and non-ATV users, and so we just think this study commission will help really get to that, to these issues. And as Chris Gamache mentioned, I think now is the time to really take a deep, hard look at the whole global picture here in New Hampshire on ATVs and how we can, try to get to the heart of some of these issues. So again, we support it, and thank you. I'll have to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Mr. Leahy? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Our next witness, also in support of the bill, Boyd Smith, representing himself. Mr. Smith.
Thank you again for giving me some time to speak. This is not an administrative change like the first couple. It sent out an email late yesterday in support of HB 1188, and I said with amendments. I don't even know if that's allowed, but what I'd like to do, because I wasn't able to pass out testimony, is I would like to read what I sent. It'll take 3 minutes. And I apologize, but I think that's probably the best use of the time. I want to thank Representative Smith for bringing this up. It's clearly an important issue that is going to take a bunch of people around the table and some time to get it right. As currently written, HB 1188, I think, is overly focused on OHRVs in the northern part of the state. Given the many hundreds of miles of Class 6 roads and also state-owned abandoned rail corridors throughout New Hampshire, and there are hundreds of thousands of non-motorized recreational users, the Commission's scope should be expanded. In addition, there's an opportunity to include pending results of the NHDOT Rail Trail Strategic Plan, I believe they call it, due out this summer, as well as best management practices being developed under HB 311, which I'm actually assisting with in a different capacity. So in short, HB 1188 provides an opportunity to contribute to the effective long-term planning required to balance multiple competing needs and uses of state public rights-of-way for the benefit of our state. So some of my, I'll call them recommended amendments or things that I'd ask that this committee to consider is avoiding, on the list of members for the commission, avoiding duplication of authority. So for example, reaching out to a statewide sheriff or state police representative for that level of law enforcement. That there's a members of the public section that focuses really on the North Country, and I understand that's where a lot of this activity is occurring, but I suggest it's going to be statewide. It's heading that way, and why shouldn't it? So members of the public should represent the entire state, not solely the North Country. That representatives for non-motorized use should be included as members of the commission. And my suggestion is that the New Hampshire Rail Trails Coalition or the New Hampshire Bike Walk Alliance would be good associations because they represent non-motorized use on a lot of these trails. I also think that representing the wintertime use, snowmobiles, should be included as members of the commission, the Snowmobile Association. I realize it's seasonal, but a lot of use on the same networks, or at least maybe brought in to testify because they're experienced with maintaining trails and managing them. Section 3, under duties, I've got page 2, lines 11 through 12, should be expanded to include positive and adverse effects on public rights-of-way, such as rail trails, so adding rail trails beyond the Class 6, and also the overall compatibility of OHRVs with other uses. OHRV and other trail use, the non-motorized side of things, monitoring and enforcement by state agencies charged with public trail management and stewardship, such as DOT, Bureau of Trails, Parks and Rec, Department of Cultural and Natural Resources, should also be assessed. My final recommendation or request is that the quorum, which is currently listed at 6, be made a simple majority. And the reasoning being that this is a large, complicated issue, and if we have 18 or 19 people on the commission and only 6 can make a decision, I think that contravenes the effectiveness of the more diverse group. So I apologize for the lack of time to speak with the bill sponsors in advance to learn more about how this could work and adjust my testimony accordingly. I recommend that HB 1188 be designed as a comprehensive statewide examination of how public roads and rights-of-way can be shared by the various user communities. So thank you for your consideration and for the time to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Any questions from Mr. Smith? Seeing none, I thank you for your testimony.
Thanks, sir.
What may be our last pink card. In support of the bill, Jason Stock, New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association. Timberland Owners Association.
Good afternoon. I'm Jason Stock, New Hampshire Timberland Owners. I'll be brief. We are testifying in support of this, in support of the study commission, and the language that the bill's sponsor, Representative Smith, had suggested, the Farm Bureau NHTOA nominating a landowner to represent someone who owns working land. That is consistent with other boards and commissions where we will jointly nominate a landowner, particularly someone with working land that has, in this case, a trail across it. So we wanted to voice our support for this, for the bill and for that amendment. As you heard earlier, OHRV use, it is an important issue to our members. We have seen my members have seen a tremendous uptick since COVID hit. talking to land managers, and these are land managers across the state. They are spending a lot more time managing recreation these days than they ever have. And it's everything from, you know, policing and monitoring use on the property, picking up trash, fixing gates. And, you know, so it's, this study commission is timely. I appreciate Representative Creighton's question about, is this just another study commission? But what I would add is to that is that now more than ever, with this increase in recreation, it is become very very acute and acute costly for landowners and time consuming, particularly those landowners who have large tracts of land where there's a lot of recreation going on. They say the days of just managing loggers and log trucks, those were the good old days. Now they're managing all kinds of use. So I appreciate the opportunity to testify in support of this, in support of the amendment as suggested, and would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Stock. Any questions for Mr. Stock? I don't see any. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak on House Bill 1188? Anyone else? Last call, anyone else? Yes, please fill one out before you leave and give it to the clerk. You need to press the button. There you go. Your name.
My name's Chris Pastoriza, and I apologize for my uninflected voice. I haven't heard anybody speak for anything other than the people. People say that we will not stop ATVs. What does this mean, except that those who want to use ATVs have more money and more support from legislators than those who do not want ATVs used against them. The duty of legislators is to make evidence-based and ethical assessments and decisions, not decisions or recommendations based on power. The bill and the committee it seeks to establish should not assume the permitting of recreational ATV use as a given. ATVs damage terrain, air, soil, water, wildlife, plant life, and humans. ATVs contribute to global warming. Recreational ATV use is a completely non-essential use of fossil fuels in the midst of our climate emergency. The ATV issue is a moral issue. Most people in this room believe that we are the most important species and that we have the right to damage other beings when the law allows it. Most people believe humans have the right to log, bulldoze, mine, synthesize, create, buy, and consume whatever we want, no matter the consequences to our environment and other beings. This belief system is not supported by any evidence. What supports it is our desperate need to believe in our self-importance. We are not only no more important than any other people, we are no more important than any other species. And because we are the most invasive and damaging species on the planet, we have an obligation to radically reduce our consumption of everything. The rational and fair approach to this is to first cease all non-essential consumption. ATV use, like every other recreational fossil fuel use, is non-essential. So we have no ethical right to engage in it. The ATV riders and the legislators that support them honestly looked at the damage you allow or do to others. If you looked at the non-consensual nature of your acts, if you inhaled the dust others have no choice but to take into their lungs, if you felt the violation of the noise you ram repeatedly into non-consenting ear canals, if you felt the compression of your battering of soil that damages it for years, if you understood the dead zone that the wilds roads are, the fragmentation of terrain the trails cause, the pollution and CO2 produced by ATVs, the abuse of wildlife and trail abutters, you would then have no choice but to engage in the self-denial of not riding for the good of the whole. Those who are exploited and abused by the permitting of ATV use, the wildlife, the soils, the watersheds, air, climate, hikers, people in ATV towns, and abutters are not just deprived of the right to peace, quiet, privacy, and clean air. They are pushed down into a position where if they or someone on their behalf asserted their right not to be abused, if abutters, for example, blocked an ATV trail, they would then be arrested. So the ATVs are not only...
Ma'am, can I interrupt you for one moment?
Yep.
I've let you go on, and I appreciate your testimony, but can you relate it to the bill to set up a commission? I'm trying to put the two together.
I got one more paragraph, and then I'll relate it. So the ATVs are not only doing damage wherever they are, but they contain the implicit threat that those who directly attempt to defend themselves or the terrain from being damaged will be punished. Legislation permitting ATVs is legislation that permits damages to others and permits the punishment of those who resist this damage. The situation is unacceptable, and this committee needs to abandon its assumption that humans are central in this world and have any rights to damage any others for their own pleasure. And the connection with the committee is that there's a presumption that ATVs have a right to be out there in the first place, and I don't see anybody questioning their right to be out there. That's the connection. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you for your testimony. Does anyone have any questions of the witness, if she'll take questions? I don't see any questions. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that wants to speak on House Bill 1188? I'll ask one more time. Anybody else to speak on House Bill 1188? If not, I'll ask, do we have anybody on the blue sheets? And they are.
All pros, Jace Weston, Chris Pistoria, and Abby Evano.
I believe that was Joyce, you said?
Joyce, yes.
Joyce. Okay, thank you very much. I now will declare the hearing on HB 1188 closed. Thank you. And that was our last bill for this afternoon. I believe we'll meet again next Wednesday. I think the schedule's already gone out. Representative Post?
The room clear, and then
You want me to remain?
yeah, the committee is not. I haven't dismissed the committee. That was the end of the. Next week.